Placing on the Suffolk pair of fitted ewe lambs, first place to Jacinda Raylan Thompson 5-star J Farm, Patoka, Indiana. Second to Cynthia Huckins of Spring Creek, Nevada. Third to Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 4 to Tom Burke, Suffolk, Platte City, Missouri. 5 to George Brothers, Dishler, Ohio. And 6 to Terry Wren, Renview Farm, Pigeon, Michigan. We're now ready for the fitted flock class. Fitted flock class, please. Our grand champion fitted ewe was entry 164. 164 was our senior champion fitted ewe. The senior champion fitted ewe came out of class 1 of the fitted yearling ewes. Ruby Mountain Sheep, 1304, Jackie O. Cynthia Huckins of Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion fitted ewe, 187 out of the class 2 fitted yearling ewes. Silver Dollar BHR 1335, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Once we have finished the fitted flock class, we will go into our show for overall grand champion of the Suffolk show. The first class that we'll do is Grand Champion Ram and Reserve Grand Champion Ram, followed by Best Headed Ram. Then we'll do Grand Champion ewe, Reserve Grand Champion ewe, and Best Headed ewe. Again, we need fitted flock class in the ring, please. Fitted flock. 5-minute call, Columbia exhibitors. 5-minute call for yearling rams. Again, you're in the south ring. 5-minute call. Now ready to show for our grand champion ram of the Suffolk show. So we'll need the slick-shorn champion and reserve and the fitted champion and reserve to the ring now, please. That's entry 11 and 22 in the slick-shorn classes and entry 117 and 133 from the fitted classes. Now ready in the ring for the Columbias for yearling rams. Columbia yearling rams into the ring, please. Our judge for the All-American Columbia show today is Pat Aries of LaGrange, California. Pat is a retired ag teacher and owner and partner of Aries Mountain Ranch in LaGrange, California. He has raised or did raise Columbias for 20 plus years, and he sat on the National Columbia Board of Directors for 15 years. He's a former breeder of Monodales and an advisor to the Monodale Sheep Project at the Minteca Unified School District. He just returned from Africa, working there with the government with African farmers. Let's welcome Pat Aries to your Columbia show. Our judges for the Suffolk Grand Championship, we have Brad Angus from Illinois and Steve Pash from California conversing on these champions. Our overall grand champion ram for the Suffolk show goes to entry 117, our champion fitted ram out of the yearling class, 5-star J3134. 5-star J Suffolk and Farms, Patoka, Indiana. The reserve is our reserve fitted 133 January Ram Lamb, Ruby Mountain Sheep, 1405 Buckaroo Bonsai. Cynthia Huckins of Spring Creek, Nevada, now ready for best headed ram. Check, 1, 2, check. Assisting us with the Columbia show today is Mariah Sweet of Grantsville, Utah. She goes to Grantsville High School and she shows and raises Columbias. Let's welcome Mariah to your Columbia show here at the North American. Best headed ram goes to entry number 133. 133 was our reserve grand champion ram out of the January Ram Lamb class in the fitted show. Ruby Mountain Sheep 1405, Buckaroo Bonsai, Cynthia Huckins of Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready to bring into the ring our champion and reserve champion ewe in the fitted, champion and reserve champion ewe in the slick sheared to show for overall grand champion Suffolk ewe and reserve grand champion. Remember, following that, we will show best headed ewe.
I want to thank you for bringing me out this year to judge this Columbia show. I really think we have 5 individuals in this class that are outstanding individuals in their own right. We're starting off with a big old grow-through ram. The one thing that I think sets it apart on him from the other, I really like his points. I like the whiteness that we see in that face. I like the breed character we see in that head. We got a lot of mass, but we got a lot of depth, muscle, depth of body all the way through. Plus, this buck stands out on his feet and legs when he's out of walk. Look at the bone under him as well. Tremendous amount of bone. When you pop up this fleece is just really beautiful all the way through, and we are judging on wool today too. The buck in second, I'm going to say he's just a tad bit longer. We just don't see the depth. He's a little bit tucked up in the flank today. I'd like to see him a little bit fuller there. We don't see the dimension that we see in our first place buck, but certainly a real nice buck in his own right. Our buck in second. In terms of fleece, a fleece that is very uniform all the way through. In our third place buck, a buck that's yoked up, has yoked up a little bit, just a tad. In terms of his fleece, he falls off just a tad in his fleece from fore to rear. Where I would like to change this buck up is in through the front. I'd like to put a little more dimension of bone under this buck. I'd like to get a little more chalk up on his head in terms of his breed character. See if we could set him out just a little bit wider through that chest floor. I like the buck in fourth spot as well. I'd just like to change his fleece up just a tad. It as well as yoked up just a tad. And if I could change this buck up from the hooks to the pins just a tad, bring him up on that rear. This big old buck that we have down here is certainly a good buck. I'd like to see this fleece handled up a little bit nicer for me today. But when you analyze this buck, he's really rugged up front. If we could take a little bit of that front end off, match him up with his rear end, we'd move him on up. Good class today. Let's give these people a round of applause.
For the Columbia, your next class will be Senior Ram Lambs, Senior Ram Lambs. At this time, we are judging on the Suffolk ring for Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion overall ewe for the Suffolks. Your next class will be Best Headed Ewe. We do need to award the Premier Exhibitor Award for the fitted portion of our show, and that goes to Tom Burke Suffolks of Platte City, Missouri. Placing on the yearling rams for the Columbia show, first place goes to entry 5, Bach 3-24, Ace, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 2, Borcher 30-29, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to entry number 3, Cruitt Sheep Farm, Findlay, Illinois. 4 to entry 1, Thomas Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 4, Danielle Neese, Gosport, Indiana. Now ready for best-headed ewe for the Suffolks. Our grand champion ewe is entry 164. 164 came out of the fitted classes. Champion ewe there, Class 1 yearling ewe, Ruby Mountain Sheep, 1304, Jackie O, Cynthia Huckins of Spring Creek, Nevada. Our reserve grand champion goes to entry number 47. Our Slick Shorn champion, late yearling ewe, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, 1323, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training of Windsor, Illinois. That does conclude our Suffolk show. 5-minute call, 5-minute call for Romney exhibitors, White Division Yearling Ram.
Again, we certainly have 5 bucks in here that are very nice bucks all the way through. We start off the class with a buck that I think is my combination buck. He's got depth of side. He's got some tremendous top in him. Not the longest buck. There's our longest buck right there in second. But he's got everything he needs to stand up top of this class. I like his breed character. I really like his head, the masculinity about that head. I like the way he ties in. Yeah, you might want to see his neck just a tad longer, but all the pieces are there. He's got bone. He's got a big foot on. He's going to go out and do some good things later on. The buck in second spot that I cornered for a while here, really appreciate the length of body on this buck, okay? And I'll be the first to admit, yes, he is the longest buck. But when we get back in here, I'd like to see just a little bit more fullness in that leg. Okay, you got a lot of wool back there. Looks good. But when you get your hands on him, that's when you got to get your hands on him, really go through. This buck drops down from the hooks to the pins just a tad. This buck's just a little bit straighter from the hooks to the pins. So he beats you on there. Yeah, I love the length of body, though. I really do. You've done a nice job with that fleece as well. This buck that we have in the third hole, not seeing quite the amount of bone that we see on the other 2 places above them, but certainly a big old striking buck, a buck that has some depth of side, a buck that has some length. When we analyze his fleece, yeah, I see his fleece fall off just a tad from fore to rear. I'd like to see a little straighter. But where I get a little concerned about this buck is I'd like to see just a little bit more back in here in that hind saddle on that buck. Put a little more meat and muscle back there. I like this painted buck. He's a big old boy. If we could just kind of straighten him up through the front end here just a tad bit. He seems to be tucked in there just a tad on that breastplate. When we watch him walk out, I'd like to see him walk out a little bit neater. A little bit earlier, he was roaching up quite a bit for me, and it was hard to look at him. And you got that fleece really cut short. I'd like to see a little more fleece on that buck. I like this little guy down here, too. A lot of good things about this buck. He's given this young man a hard time out here. He's done a nice job with the fleece on the buck. I'd just like to see a little more length of body on this buck, a little more elevation compared to the other bucks placed above him. But when it's all said and done, he's one of the younger bucks out here as well. So a buck that's going to be very good later on. Let's give these people a round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Columbia Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 9, Bach 3-88CY, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 6, Highway C 193, Alec Bomber, Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to entry 7, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to entry 10, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. And 5 to entry 8, Thomas Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
I've got 2 rams out here I think fit program for me. I'm going to use this yearling right here. He'll be our champion. I'm going to pull this second place yearling buck up, and we'll make him reserve champion too. 2 different kind of bucks, but 2 bucks that I think are very functional, do a very good job for these people in their flocks, bucks that I wouldn't be afraid to use at all. Not taking anything away from our younger bucks out there, because they're 2 tremendous bucks. We've just got 2 yearlings up here that are fit the package for me today. Thank you.
Senior champion Columbia Ram goes to entry number 5, first place yearling Ram, Bach 3-24 Ace, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve is second place yearling Ram, Borcher 3029, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready for Columbia Early Junior Ram Lambs. Columbia Early Junior Ram Lambs, please. Judging our Romney Show today is John Merzinski of Rolling Prairie, Indiana. John is involved with the family sheep operation and has been so all his life. He's judged numerous shows here at Louisville and many other state fairs across the country. At work, he's the supervisor of utilities for the town of New Carlisle, and John's a former Romney breeder. Let's welcome John Merzinski to your Romney Show here at the North American.
as we start off our Romney Show here. One entry in our yearling ram class, and very deserving so of that first place honor. He's one that's very stout in terms of his structure. You certainly appreciate him when you put him on the move. He's one that gets out and walks in an extremely well-balanced individual. A ram that's carrying quite a bit of condition, but does very well in the right places. Certainly look at him from the side, and he's one that's very long from that last row back. You really appreciate very uniform, dense fleece to him, and certainly, again, once again, really deserving of that first place honor. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney yearling ram, first place to EC Plank, 1315, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Now ready for Fall Ram Lambs. White Division Romney, Fall Ram Lambs.
Two really nice senior ram lambs here on the Romney side. I guess we're starting with the ram that's a notch longer from flank to flank, and you certainly appreciate him down his top line. Really straight and complete, and I think that's where he excels over the ram in second. Just ties together just a notch nicer. Right behind that shoulder, certainly very bright fleece, a lot of luster to that fleece, very uniform. Certainly, and again, I think he just wins the class in terms of total length. Certainly a ram that puts a lot of good features together. Ram in second, really a beautiful ram to look at from the side profile, really clean and neat about that front end. You certainly admire him for that. If you'd like to change him, you'd like to certainly lengthen him out just a little bit, but really two outstanding senior rams. Thank you.
Now ready for Romney Winter Ram Lambs. Romney Winter Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the Romney Fall Ram Lamb class in the white division, first to entry number 3, Silver Creek F 13751 TB Moscow. Silver Creek Landscapes, Silverton, Oregon. Second place to entry number 2, Little Hooves 3152, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Again, now ready for Winter Ram Lambs.
I've got two different kind of rams to start the class with. I got a more extreme, upstanding kind of ram, but a ram that certainly has a lot of good pieces all the way through. You got to like his feet and legs. I like the way he tracks out on the corners. I certainly like his chest floor and how he's made across there. When he tracks out very wide. I really love the chalky color of this Columbia head. Really a picture-perfect head that this buck's got on him. We need some breed character like that. In terms of length of body, what a tremendous body he's got as far as length of body, but yet he's not a tubular kind. He's so long that you almost want to go that way, but when you pop the fleece on him, fleece has been manicured very nicely, but when you read this fleece, it's fairly uniform all the way through except on the point of the shoulder. And I'd like to see it a little bit nicer up there. But our buck in second spot as well. I'd like to get a little more chalky color in that buck there. If we could do that, get a little bit more of that fuzz off of his face there. But a buck that you really have to admire the thickness and the depth of body that this buck has. But in terms of his fleece, when we analyze him, and we're judging these guys on 40-60, so. We would like to taking into account that 40%, we'd like to change that fleece up on along the side on this buck just a tad to put him on up there. But certainly a good old rugged buck there. We've got a very upstanding kind of a buck, a little narrowly made up through the front. I'd like to change him up there. If we could put a little more circumference of bone, a buck that certainly has some length of body to him, put a little different color on his head as far as give us a little more chalk there. But a buck that's certainly going to be a big, upstanding, growthy kind of a buck when it's all said and done. The buck that we round the class out with, a buck that we like the depth of sight on the buck. I'd like to see him just made up just a little bit different from the hooks to the pins. He falls off and he pinches back here just a tad. But in terms of his rib structure, nice rib structure on the buck. He's got some dimension of meat muscle over the top. We'd just like to see if we could change him up just a tad, move him on up a little higher. Let's give these people a round of applause.
Now ready for late junior ram lambs for the Columbia's late junior ram lambs.
On the Romney side, 2 winter ram lambs, and again, very deserving of those honors. We've really got just a big rugged ram here in first place, and I think he wins it pretty handily, especially when you put him in motion. Off the back end, just tremendous. He's really wide walking and still holds himself together very well. Really a nice profiling ram, maybe a little more open in his fleece versus the ram in second, but one again that's very uniform. Certainly you appreciate the growthiness of this ram up to this point. Really ties himself together in a very nice complete package. A little smaller statured ram, but again one that's very complete. You certainly like him from that top design, but right behind that shoulder he ties together extremely well, handles extremely well in terms of length of top. Just maybe not quite as much to him, and certainly would like to change him off those hind wheels today. He wants to open up just a notch, but certainly 2 nice rams here on the winner side. Thank you.
Placing on the Columbia class of early junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry number 13, Bach 4-9, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to 14, Borcher 4005, Borcher Company, Powell, Wyoming. Third to entry 15, Megan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 4 to entry 17, Brian Hart, Great, Montana. Placing on the winter ram lamb class for the Romney Show, first place goes to entry number 4, Little Hooves 403, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Second to entry 5, E.C. Plank 1280, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Well, we got a situation in here. We haven't really found a perfect buck, but I've never found a perfect buck anyways. And anything I've done, I've never seen a perfect animal. I really like this buck that we start with. I like the extension on him. I like the way he tracks out. Yeah, we might want to see him just a little bit deeper in his body, but in terms of what he's got, in terms of his fleece and how he ties together quite neatly for me, I really like him up over the top here and how strong he is up over the top. Yeah, I'd like to get these specks off his nose just a little bit. Good friend of mine, Lee Jarvis, says, them specks don't hurt you too much. But we don't like to see the specks up there. But in this case, he's a good buck that what he's got today overpowers what he's got up on that nose a little bit. And I like this buck in second, but he's really hard to look at. When you look at him, he roaches up at times, and now he's dropping his head way down into his shoulder. He's going to be a big old boy if you ever get him to show for you. He's got a lot of the good things that we like to see. When you pop this fleece on him, it's very bright, and I love to see that white fleece. That's what we need in these Columbias. He drops off just a little bit from the hooks to the pins, a little bit pinched back here in the butt, but he's got a lot of good things. I really like the buck that we have in third. In terms of the profile and what you see today, I really like a lot of things, but I'd like to see him changed up on his front feet just a tad. And to me, some people might not say too much about it. I'm not going to say too much. I'd just like to change him up on his front feet. This little buck that we round out the class with, I really appreciate the length and how he's put together. Just not enough to him today to go up against the power that he's facing today in this class. Thank you.
For the Columbias, now ready to show for Junior Champion, Reserve Junior Champion Ram. Your next class will be pair of Ram Lambs.
On the Romney side here, the Spring Ram Lamb class, really nice, a very nice class from top to bottom, and certainly as you view them from the side, you can see that there's some differences in terms of size and framework and certainly the way they are presented. But really, we really have a nice designer sheep that's starting the class with. He's one, again, that we certainly like from the standpoint of his hoof. He's really big-footed. He's one that's really heavy structured. You certainly admire the length of top that he has. He's one, again, that's very uniform from end to end, really stylish, well-balanced. He's big, growthy, and still very youthful when you get in front of the sheep. Just kind of puts a lot of good features together. See the ram in second. I see him a notch better than the ram in third in terms of his character about his head. I really like him from that standpoint. He one that shows us that youthfulness that we certainly like in this Spring Ram Lamb class. Very uniform, a very dense fleece, and certainly admire him from end to end, and certainly I see that's where he excels over the other two sheep in 3 and 4 in terms of his character, and certainly a very complete sheep down his top. See the ram for the young men here in third. He's one that's a notch bigger than the ram in second in terms of size. That doesn't really concern me. He's one, again, that really looks nice from the side profile, extremely long from that last rib back, very uniform in terms of his fleece. I'd like to darken him up in terms of his point, but boy, he's one, again, I think if he had a dark nose, he'd be that one in that first position. Moving to a smaller frame ram in fourth, and really one that's easy flushing, if you would. Really big boned, heavy structured. I really admire him for that. He's got that added character about his head. He's one that's extremely long from that last rib back. I like him from that standpoint, and certainly one that's very structurally sound and correct. Beautiful in terms of his fleece. There just isn't quite as much to him to get around the bigger, bolder rams that are in 1, 2, and 3. Good class of Spring Ram Lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Columbia Late Junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 19, Borcher 4094, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Second place to entry 23, Highway C 206, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to 24, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 20, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. Placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class for the Romneys, now ready on the Romney side, by the way, for a pair of Ram Lambs. On those Spring Ram Lambs for the Romneys, first place to entry 10, Thistledown 416, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 7, Little Hooves 4131, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Third to entry 8, Little Hooves Romneys. Fourth to entry 11, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Fifth to entry 9, Ethan Plank. And sixth to entry 12, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio.
I think we have 4 good representatives in these lambs out here for our champion reserve today. I think we got 2 guys that sit together, peas and pod. Right here, my late spring is going to be my champion. Bring him up. He's going to be my reserve. I think 2 bucks that are very similar in type and kind. You get your hands on them. You dig down through that fur and look at them. That wool is really nice on both these bucks. Very, very uniform all the way through. There's not a perfect buck in the class, but certainly 2 bucks I think will do very well for me, for my champion, junior, and reserve. Thank you.
Now ready for a pair of ram lambs on the Columbia side, then we'll do Grand Champion Ram. Our junior champion is entry number 13, first in the early junior ram lamb class, Bach, 4-9, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion was first in the late junior ram lamb class, entry 19, Borcher, 4094, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. In the pair of ram lambs over on the Romney White Division, first place to Little Hooves of Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to Ethan Plank of Hillsdale, Michigan. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. For the Columbias, now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Columbia's, first place goes to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. And third to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Again, we are showing for our Grand Champion Ram and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Your next class will be the Yearling Ewes.
Here on the Romney side, really have some good quality as we place the champion and reserve rams. And the rams that are closest to me, I certainly admire the quality. We're going to use the junior ram lamb on that far end. He's just really puts a lot of good features together for the breed, and certainly one that really extremely well balanced. He's one that's young enough in terms of his design, really level and square, and certainly I think fits in there very nice. Beautiful fleece on the ram that we're using for reserve, really uniform. Just a simple ram in terms of his top line. I really like him in that standpoint. He just goes together extremely well, really growthy up to this point, really gets around the other sheep in terms of quality of fleece. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Ram for the white division of the Romney Show goes to entry number 10. First place Spring Ram Lamb, Thistledown 416, Ethan Plank, Canandaigua, New York. The Reserve Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 3. First in the Fall Ram Lamb class, Silver Creek F13751 TV Moscow. Silver Creek Landscapes, Silverton, Oregon. Now ready for white division Yearling Ewes.
I think it's been a very small Columbia show, but a very competitive show. I mean, we've got sheep out here that I feel very comfortable could go just about anywhere and do very well in the wool sheep shows. We've got this big old buck up here, this yearling buck. We certainly really like the fleece on this buck when we analyzed it from fore to rear. Just a tremendous buck. Yeah, a buck that stands up there. I don't know how tall he is, but he's got some height, but he's also got some stable length in that wool, and the wool's been fitted up very neatly for us today when you get your hands on it. When you pop those fleeces on him, he's very white under there. That fleece has got a lot of luster all the way through, very nice uniform all the way through. We got a buck that won his championship category here, and he's really a long buck too, a buck that's going to need a little bit of time yet. A buck that perhaps in terms of his fleece not quite as nice as the yearling. Our second place yearling or reserve yearling here, a buck that certainly very, very long-bodied individual, a lot of bone, a lot of foot under this buck. A buck, and when you pop the fleece on him, a lot of luster to this fleece. Fleece is very uniform from fore to rear. Then this buck that we was reserved in the juniors down here, really a nice buck all the way through too. Again, he gives up just a little bit in terms of his fleece makeup, and just a couple things that we see on the buck. But certainly 4 candidates out here that I feel very comfortable with for our champion and reserve today. My champion is going to be on my yearling today. He's there. He will be our champion. Congratulations. My reserve is going to be over here on our second yearling. I really like him as well. Thank you.
Grand Champion Ram for our Columbia show goes to our Senior Champion Ram. Entry number 5, the first place yearling Ram, Bach 3-24, Ace, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to our second place yearling ram, our reserve senior champion ram, Borcher 3029, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready for the Columbias to bring out Columbia yearling ewes.
Here's we start our female side here. Really a powerful set, and as you analyze the 5, they certainly have some differences, but still some sheep that are very complete, and I'm really pleased with the top 5 that we have here. Certainly the ewe that's winning the class does that. She's a combination sheep with fleece quality, bone, and certainly a lot of structure under. When she moves, she tracks very good off both ends. She still looks like a Romney sheep, and certainly one that's designed very nice down that top line, really deep in her rib. She really is well balanced and certainly very clean and neat for me, and still has enough width and dimension up through her front end. I think the ewe in second in terms of fleece quality, she really gets to the top here for me. She's one again for the young ladies a notch longer when I handle her from that last rib back over the ewe that's standing in third. Maybe she doesn't have that class look to her when you view her from the side as the ewe that's winning, but boy, she puts a lot of features together. In terms of her broodiness, she's certainly correct off both ends, and again, I think she just fits in second very nicely. See the ewe in third, really a stylish, well-balanced female, heavy structured. You certainly admire for that, and again, one female that you put in motion, and she really tracks and travels very nicely. She's one again amongst the top 3. I think she's the shortest bodied, but again, really a small nitpicking situation here when you see the 3 females that we have here on the top. Really good quality females, need to be commended. Moving to you that's in fourth, I think she simply fits in there. She's really extended up through her front end. I'd really admire her for that. She's maybe a notch bigger in terms of her total design over the ewe that's in 5. That really doesn't concern me at all in terms of size, or not maybe quite as big as the other sheep. But one again, I certainly like her design, just a notch cleaner and neater about that front end, and she's one that I think she's still got a long way to go in terms of development. We see the young man's ewe that went in up here in 5, really long bodied, certainly one again that really handles extremely well. Shorter fleeced female here amongst these 5, and one that really has a good quality fleece, very uniform, certainly very complete down that top line, and I felt she fits in 5 very nicely. Your class of yearling ewes. Thank you.
Placing on the yearling ewes for the White Romneys, first place goes to entry 16, Thistledown 301, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to entry number 15, Chapin 85, Hillary Chapin of Milton, New Hampshire. Third to entry number 17, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 4 to entry 19, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. 5 to 20, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 6th place to entry 14, Ethan Plank. And 7 to entry 18, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And third to Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Now ready for fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs. There are no entries in the fall ewe lamb class, so we'll go on to Romney White Division winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs, please.
Winter ewe lamb class here on the Romney side. Really good quality females, these 5 that we have out here. We've got some smaller ones, but certainly very deserving of that honor. And certainly I think when you have a combination of some framework and some fleece qualities and certainly the movement around the ring, structurally soundness, I think that female in first wins that. She's really straight down her top line, really extremely well patterned when you view her from the side, and I think that's where she wins. She's really neat about her front end and still wide enough and broad enough for me. Certainly to go into that top position. She just puts a lot of good features together. Very uniform, very bright fleece, and one again that's very neat package when you view her from the side, and she doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her. Bigger, bolder female here in second. You certainly like her in terms of her stoutness, her broodiness, and again I think she well balances out extremely well, certainly up through her front end, and as you carry her back through that dock region, she's one that's very level and square, and certainly admire that. She might be a notch taller at the shoulder than the ewe that's winning the class, but again, one that certainly puts a lot of features together, and I think she fits in too very nicely. The ewe in third for the young ladies, really a well-balanced female, and again, one that's a notch more in terms of broodiness, maybe not quite as level about that dock as 1 and 2, and again, when you get into a class, I think these 3 are very powerful females. Certainly could mix and match. Today I'm the official. I see that ewe maybe not quite as nice in terms of her squareness of hip, but certainly a very bright, a lot of luster in that fleece, and I really admire that. Really a nicely presented female there in 3. 4 and 5, 2 smaller statured females, and I certainly like the young men's ewe in terms of quality in that fleece. Really a bright fleece, certainly one that's probably the younger ewe in the class. She certainly shows that for me. One that's very correct. You put her in motion and she moves and tracks very nicely. Young man's ewe that we're ending up this top 5, one again that's very heavy statured in terms of bone work. I really admire her for that, really level and straight. There just isn't quite as much to her to get around those first 4. Really a good class here. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you.
I think this is a very tough class of Columbia yearling ewes. I've got a combination ewe that I using up on the top side. I really love the breed character in this ewe. When you pop the fleece open, that fleece just talks to you all the way through. She's very, very uniform. Yeah, she's not as long as our second place ewe. Our second place ewe is a little more upstanding up to the front, and I'll be the first to admit that. She's a longer bodied ewe, but when you analyze these 2 ewes and you get your hands on the last rib here, last rib there, this ewe is not any longer than that ewe. In the rib section, yes, I'm going to say she's got a little more rib. I'd like to change color just a tad bit in her head there. If we could get a little more white on that head, I'd like to see that. But in terms of what she's got, when you talk about depth of twist, we're talking in between the legs. Put your hands in between the legs on this ewe here. Put your hand up on top. Tell me which ewe is deeper. You're going to tell me that the first place is deeper over the second place ewe. Very close, I think, and I'm not going to argue points with you. You could do it either way. The ewe in third spot, we admire this ewe as well. I really like this ewe in her head. I like a lot of things that I see about her. In terms of length of body, she's not as long as the ewes placed above her today, but certainly really a nice ewe. And the ewe in fourth spot, again, a very nice, deep-bodied kind of ewe. A ewe that's a little bit shorter in her makeup than the ewes placed above her, but certainly I think she's a ewe that's got some depth aside. She certainly has some good to her that's going to go out and create some good lambs for you. As our big old broody gal down here that rounds out the top 5. A really deep-bodied ewe, a ewe that if we could extend her neck up just a tad, if we could trim her off just on the shoulder up there and into the next junk and make her a little bit neater. But man, what a tremendous body. Really a good ewe. But this is where I see them. The ewes on the far lineup, certainly some good ewes there. When we analyze them and going down through and looking at the wool, I'd like to see some of those ewes a little cleaner in the wool makeup, perhaps, and get that tail set just a little bit higher on some of these ewes as we go on down. Perhaps clean the color up on the nose and on the striation, on the some of the hooves. that we see. But anyways, I'm not going to get on a soapbox in here. This is the way I see it today. I can see where you might change it any other way. Thank you.
Yearling pair.
Columbia exhibitors, please pair up those yearling ewes. Placing on the pair or the yearling ewes for the Columbia Show, first place in that class went to 28 Bach 2-67, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 44, MM 411, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to 39, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. 4 to 40, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 5 to 41, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry number 25, Chloe Nelson, Canton, Illinois. Seventh place to entry 38, Alyssa and Alec Balmer of Minduro, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 43, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Ninth to 34, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, and 10 to 33, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the white division of the Romney Show, first to entry 26, Little Hooves 483, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 23, Thistledown 401, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to 22, Hillary Chapin of Milton, New Hampshire. 4 to entry 28, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 5 to 27, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Sixth place to 24, Callie Burgess, Ada, Ohio. 7 to 21, Shelton Romneys, Felden, Illinois. 8th to 29, Shelton Romneys, and 9 to entry 25, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio. Now need Columbia Senior Ewe Lambs to the ring. Columbia Senior Ewe Lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Columbias, first to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Fourth place to Alec and Alyssa Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. And 5 to Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Again, now ready for senior ewe lambs for the Columbias. Senior ewe lambs. We have spring ewe lambs in the ring for the Romneys. Your next class on the Romney ring will be pair of ewe lambs. Then we'll show grand and reserve grand champion ewe, followed by best fleece and then best fleeced animal, and then flock.
Get in the spring ewe lamb class here on the Romney side. And again, class that went together very nicely for me. They certainly really have a lot of quality in this class and really youthfulness in each one of these females, especially these top fives, and taking nothing away from the female on the far side. Really a nice fleece on that female. As we move into this group here, I think this pair, I had to keep them together and certainly go 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. And I chose to kind of keep this pair together and use them in first and second. They're very similar. The U for the young lady that's leading out here, just a notch bolder in terms of her structure. I see her a notch longer and certainly very nice in terms of her fleece quality. And I think there's just a lot of female there to beat her today. And I think she just fits in that first position very nicely. The U in second, again, one that's very similar to the class-winning U in a lot of ways in terms of her quality of fleece, very structurally sound and correct. And again, a U that maybe doesn't give us quite as much in terms of width all the way through as the U that's winning. But again, I think they're very similar in terms of their type and kind, and we need to keep those together. Young man needs to be commended on the third place U, one that's very stout in terms of her structure. I really admire her for that. There just isn't quite as much to her, but really straight and level. Really like her in that regard, and certainly one when you put her in motion, she's really correct off both ends. I think she's got a nice future. She looks like one of the younger females in this particular lineup. Moving to the young ladies U that's in fourth, again, really an extremely well-balanced female. She's really clean and neat about that front end. One, again, maybe not quite as good in terms of quality of fleece as we see in our first three, but boy, she puts a lot of good things together in terms of the way she's put together and designed up through her front end. Really gives us a lot of style, a lot of balance. Long-bodied female running his top 5 up, needs to be commended in terms of bone structure. Really a heavy bone, heavy-footed, big-footed sheep. Really admire for that. One, again, that's very long, and certainly admire the quality in terms of fleece. Good class of junior ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the White Romney division, first place goes to entry 31, Thistledown 405, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 32, Thistledown 410, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third place to 34, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to 30, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. 5 to 33, Little Hooves Romneys. And 6 to entry 36, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio. Now showing pair of ewe lambs. Your next class will be for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewes, so we'll need the first and second place animals of the previous classes. Placing on the lambs for the White Romneys, first place to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to Ethan Plank of Hillsdale, Michigan. Third to Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey. And fourth place is Circle B Family Farm, Ohio. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U. We need the first, second place animals from that yearling class, the Winter Ewe Lamb class, and the Spring Ewe Lamb class in the ring, please. Following the selection of our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U, we will be showing Best Fleeced Animal in the White Romney Show, and then the Flock class. Romney Natural Colored exhibitors, please be getting ready. Those Romney Natural Colored yearling rams.
Got a nice lineup here for the champion Romney female. Certainly a lot of good quality, and I think the class winners, you really put them on the side view, and they really go together very nice. And that's a tribute to the breeders of bringing out really a nice set of sheep. I think when it boils down, and certainly you have a pair of yearling ewes of this quality, I think we're going to go ahead and use those. Champion and reserve will be both yearling ewes. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round. Really outstanding female show. Thank you.
Grand Champion U for the White Romney Show goes to entry number 16, Thistledown 301, the first place yearling ewe, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The Reserve Grand Champion U goes to entry number 15, our second place yearling ewe, Chapin 85, Hillary Chapin of Milton, New Hampshire. Now ready for Best Fleeced Animal. Best Fleeced Animal, please. We will go to the flock class. Best Fleeced Animal first. Our best fleeced animal came out of our fall ram lamb class, entry number 3, Silver Creek F13751 TB Moscow, shown by Silver Creek Landscapes, Silverton, Oregon. Now showing the flock. Flock class is now in the ring.
I know I get a little confused out here sometimes. And I just want to make certain in my own mind that I'm doing the right thing, what I like. And I really like this ewe that we're using on top. Very deep-sided ewe, a ewe that's certainly very functional when we analyze her. Yeah, you might want to see her neck just a tad longer. But I'll tell you right now, you need some depth of body, you need some length of body, and she is tremendously deep and long. She's got a lot of meat and muscle all the way through, and she's got a fairly decent fleece on her. This ewe in second spot, yeah, in terms of breed character, I love her. I love her head, okay? I'd like to see her, she's just a little bit tucked up in the flank today. I'd like to see her a little bit fuller there. And in terms of length, yeah, she's got some length, but in terms of width and total muscle and volume, I think we have it in our first place over our second place today. I really like I said, I really like what I see in the second place ewe. I'd just like to see her a little deeper, especially in that rear flank. Then we got this big old gal in third spot. We really like her too. She's a pretty rugged old gal. She changes up just a little bit in her fleece, but I think it's very close, and I think you could take a coin and just kind of flip it, and wherever it lands, that's what you can do. Again, I'd like to see just a little bit more white on her head if we cleaned her up just a tad bit more. But she's acceptable. She's going to be a good brood ewe when it's all said and done. I like this big old this big old ewe down here in fourth spot as well. But when we get our hands on her and get down into that wool, in terms of thickness, she's not nearly as thick as the ones placed above her today. In terms of fleece, she's adequate. This ewe that we have in fifth spot, she runs out in her fleece, especially back in that breech, and we talked a little bit with the young man about that. She's a little ouchy on the one corner up here too, but she's really a tremendous long-bodied ewe, a ewe that certainly has some depth and dimension to her. Just like to change her up in those points. Then we have some ewes over here that are really good in their own right, a little bit different in their fleece makeup, perhaps a little bit different in their feet and legs. We'd like to straighten them up just a tad there to go any higher. Interesting class. Thank you. Let's give these people a round of applause.
Now ready for the Columbias to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion U. Over on the Romney side, we're ready to go to our natural colored Romneys, and we need natural colored Romney yearling rams in the ring. Results of our white Romney flock class: first went to Ethan Kennedy of Canandaigua, New York. Second place went to Ethan Plank of Hillsdale, Michigan. Third place went to Little Hooves Romneys of Mooresville, New Jersey. Also, Little Hooves was our premier exhibitor in that division. Placing on the Senior U Lambs for the Columbias, first to entry 48, Worm 411, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second to 47, Bach 3-69, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third to 46, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to 45, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 5 to 52, Chile Miner of Reelsville, Indiana. 6 to 51, David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. 7 to 50, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 8 to Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Allison Tatman of Delaware.
Really like the females that we have out here, but I certainly really like our yearlings. And our two yearlings are going to be our champion and reserve today, and I'm not going to take a lot of time to expand on that. We certainly have 4 individuals in here that are very competitive, but I really like our yearlings. They're here today, and we're going to keep them champion and reserve. Thank you.
Senior Champion U for the Columbias goes to entry number 28. First place, Yearling U, Bach 2-67, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Reserve Senior Champion is second place, Yearling U, entry 44, MM 411, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready for January U Lambs. Columbia, January U Lambs, please.
On the natural colored side here on the Romneys, 2 yearling rams as we start the show off with. Really a bold, structured sheep that we're starting the class with. I think that's where he really excels over the young ladies' ram that's in second place. You certainly like the quality in terms of fleece on that ram that's standing in first. Really a big, bold, rugged-made sheep, really bright fleece, certainly a lot of luster in it, really straight and complete down that top line, and I think just kind of an easy winner. The young ram in second place for the young lady, really a deep-sided sheep, really needs to be commended on that. Really a uniform fleece, not quite as heavy in terms of his structure. We'd like to stouten him up in that regard, but really needs to be commended in terms of his growth, certainly in terms of his uniformity of fleece. Congratulations on these 2 rams. Thank you.
Now ready for Romney Natural Colored Fall Ram Lambs in the ring, please. Placing on the Romney Yearling Ram class, first place to 39, All-Star 302, Allison Tatman of Bridgeville, Delaware. Second place to entry 38, Schweider 1321B, Tian Rogers, Newell, South Dakota.
One senior Ram Lamb class here on the Romney side, natural colored, certainly deserving of that honor. Really one that's really level about his hip. Put him in motion and he moves off both ends really nice. Open up that fleece, very uniform, very bright. Congratulations, nice ram.
Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Romney Natural Colored, first place to entry 40, Brutus LH 3154, Alexandra of Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready for Winter Ram Lambs. Winter Ram Lambs for the Natural Colored Romney.
Really got a close placing here on the Romney side to only 2 entries, but really good quality rams here. And certainly we're going to use a young ladies ram. Maybe he isn't the stoutest structured ram, but boy, he puts a lot of good things together. I really like him up through his front end, and I think that's where he defeats the ram that's in second. A lot cleaner and neater ram, certainly very close in terms of quality of fleece, very level and square on both of these rams. Just 2 really nice individuals here for this particular class. See the ram in second, really long-bodied, really the stouter ram, if you would, in terms of his structure. I really like him for that. And again, a ram that I just really like him in that second position today. I certainly see the ram in first, just a little neater and cleaner about that front end, and I think he's got really a nice future ahead. Certainly 2 outstanding rams here in this particular lineup. Thank you.
Now ready for spring ram lambs, Romney, natural colored spring ram lambs. Placing on the winter ram lamb class, first place to 42, Little Hooves, 4125. Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Second place to 41, All-Star 402, Austin Dean, Bridgeville, Delaware.
on the Romney side here. Really four nice junior ram lambs here as we line them up and put them on the side view. We're going to use a little stouter made ram in terms of his structure. You certainly like him in terms of that regard. Really like him for his levelness, his straightness of lines. Really a lot of luster in that fleece, very uniform. I just think he's a nice one to start the class with. Young lady needs to be commended. Really a nicely well-balanced ram in second place. Really extended nice up through his front end. Very structurally sound and correct. Maybe the difference between the two rams, maybe not quite as stout in terms of his structure. But again, you see the uniformity, really a bright fleece. A lot of luster in that fleece also in second. 3 and 4, I think they're rams that come together very nicely. Young lady's ram in third place, just a little bigger statured ram. I see a little more grow left in him over the smaller statured ram that's in fourth. You certainly like the uniformity in terms of fleece in him. Really the stout made ram of the group is that fourth place ram. I just don't see quite maybe the outcome come another time in terms of his total size and frame, but really a nice class of spring ram lambs. Thank you.
Now ready to show pair ram lambs. Pair ram lambs, please. And then we'll show grand and reserve grand champion. Placing on the spring ram lamb class, first place to entry number 43, All-Star 403, Austin Dean, Bridgeville, Delaware. Second place to entry number 46, Thistledown 423, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third place to 45, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Fourth to entry 44, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place goes to Austin Dean, Bridgeville, Delaware. Second place to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ram. Need the first and second place animals of the previous 4 classes of rams in the ring.
No, we didn't have a lot of numbers here on the Romney Natural Colored side, but certainly some high quality in terms of fleece quality, and we have some differences in terms of framework and width and dimension. But again, I'm really pleased with the first place lineup that we have out here today. I think we've got an easy winner in my mind, and that's the yearling ram here for the young man. Really a stout-made sheep, big enough for me in terms of size, and we don't need to talk about size and framework here. He's really got a beautiful fleece to him, really sets himself on all four corners, really stout-made individual, and I think he wins this pretty handily. I think it comes in a little closer. I'm going to use the young lady's ram that's in the center there with the red. Just one, again, that's really stout-made in terms of his width and dimension. Certainly like him on both ends and the way he tracks and travels. Again, very uniform, very beautiful fleece when you open that up. Again, one that's very level and square. Congratulations.
Grand champion ram for the natural colored Romney is entry number 39. 39 was our yearling ram, All-Star 302, Allison Tatman of Bridgeville, Delaware. The reserve grand champion came out of our winter ram lamb class. 42 was the entry number, Little Hooves 4125. Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Now ready for yearling ewes. Yearling ewes. Romney natural colored yearling ewes to the ring, please.
Another interesting class of ewe lambs out here. We have a lot of good ewe lambs in the second line. They were off perhaps a little bit in their fleece or on their feet and legs just a tad, but good body sheep all the way through this contest. The top 5 that I have up here. Certainly I think you could switch these ewes around any way that you would like to. There's a lot of different ways you can go. I think the complete ewe, in my estimation, is this ewe up on top. She's not the biggest ewe in the class in terms of total structure and dimension, but I really like the points on the ewe. I like the fleece on the ewe. And in terms of her body structure, she's enough to be up there in first spot. I like this big rugged ewe in second spot. She's a very deep-bodied kind of a ewe, a very functional kind of a ewe. If we could elevate her neck up just a little bit, stretch that neck junction out just to tie her in a little bit, knead her in through the neck junction, get that neck up there a little bit more length on that neck. Yeah, she's going to be a very functional kind of a ewe, though, all the way through. She's a good ewe. The ewe in third spot, a tremendously long ewe. She falls off just a tad from the hooks of the pins, and when you get in through the chest floor, she's down on that chest floor just a little bit deeper than what I'd like to see her. I'd like to see her up, elevated on through the chest floor. But in terms of her fleece, she has really a nice fleece all the way through. The third place ewe, a very functional, deep-sided ewe, a ewe that you have to appreciate for the depth side. She does change up in her fleece as you open it up and analyze it. But a ewe, again, she's not the longest ewe in the world. She does have a little breast up there. We might want to clean her up there, but she's a very functional, a lot of rib in that ewe. This ewe that we round out the top 5 with, you really have to appreciate the top line on this ewe. She's just not as deep-bodied. She's not as massive as some of the other ewes in the class, but she's very functional in my way of thinking. We'd perhaps like to clean her up on the corners just a tad in terms of her wool, but just a real nice ewe with a real nice cap on her as far as the Columbias go. And as we stated before, we have some tremendously large ewes down there in the second line. I'd just like to straighten up their structure just a tad to go up any higher. Thank you.
For the Columbia, we're ready for February ewe lambs. February ewe lambs.
Nice set of yearling ewes here on the Romney side, and I think it's a very close placing when you see 1 and 2 in my mind. And I say the ewe for the young lady that's leading off just moves and tracks just a little nicer from behind. When you put them in motion, I think that's where they kind of split themselves. But again, a very close placing in my mind. I really like the fleece quality and certainly the design down that top line of that female that's in first. Really clean and neat about her front end and still very correct off both ends. See the young ladies ewe in second, a little more fleece, but again, really a nice quality. You part that fleece, a lot of luster, really a bright fleece. Beautiful to look at. She's one again. When you get her set up on all fours, she really puts herself really nice on all 4 corners and certainly well designed. You certainly like the length of top that female shows us. 3 and 4, the third ewe, one of the smaller frame ewes in the class, but really complete down her top line. Very short fleece, but she really puts a lot of features together in terms of her stoutness of structure. You certainly part that fleece. It's very uniform from front to rear. And again, I think the man needs to be commended. Certainly a wide base female from end to end and really nice down her top line as you handle her down her top. 4 and 5, again, the dark ewe here in 4, certainly like her elevation up through her front end. She ties a notch better about that neck-shoulder junction over the ewe that went in up the class. Really needs to be commended, though. Really a heavy-bodied, heavy functional female in that lower third. You really admire her for that. She just doesn't come out of that neck-shoulder junction quite as well as the female ahead. Really a nice class of yearling ewes. Thank you.
Romney exhibitors, please pair those yearling ewes. Placing on the Romney yearling ewe class, first place to entry 47, Little Hooves 317, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Second to 51, Chapin 90, Hillary Chapin of Milton, New Hampshire. Third to entry 50, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to entry 48, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. And 5th to entry 49, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing over on the January class of Columbia U Lambs, first place to 59, Bach 4-31, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry 57, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third place to 63, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 55, Alec Balmer. Fifth place to entry 69, Mickey Williams, Freeport, Illinois. Sixth place to 64, Brian Hart, Great, Montana. Seventh place to 67, Megan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 8 to entry number 62, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 9 to 61, David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. And 10th place to entry number 68, Will Nelson, Canton, Illinois. Again, now showing February U Lambs. Columbia, February U Lambs are in the ring. Now showing fall ewe lambs. We have one entry in that for the Romneys. Please have winter ewe lambs ringside and ready.
On the Romney side, one entry here in the senior ewe lamb class, and again, deserving of that first place honor for the young lady. Really a stout-made female in terms of structure. Analyzed the female from the ground up. She really puts a lot of good features together. Really nice off both ends, and again, very level and square. Certainly one female here, they part that face really uniform. Again, I think where the power is in this female is the correctness of feet and legs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney Natural Colored Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to 52, Bell, LH 3163, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready in the ring for winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs, please.
Really one of the more competitive classes I've had the privilege to put together, and really that's a good thing in my mind. Certainly you like the top three females, and I'd be okay with it if you switched them around. I really like the beautiful fleece on the ewe that's winning the class, really one that's got the most style from the side view. Certainly the boldest made female in terms of her structure, and again, one that's really clean and neat and very youthful appearing up through that front end. I think she's got a nice future, and certainly up to this point has done very well. Very level and square, and certainly one that fits in that first position very nicely. Second and third very close. Certainly like the length of top, the levelness and squareness of the ewe that's standing in second. Again, really a beautiful ewe to look at from the side view in terms of the length of top, very correct. Beautiful fleece when you open that up, certainly very dense, and I really appreciate the quality in that female. Young ladies, you here in three, again, really a nice profiling female. You certainly like her for that. Really moves and tracks out very nicely. Beautiful fleece, a lot of luster in that fleece, and I really admire her for that. Just three tremendous females here in 1, 2, and 3. 4 and 5, I felt the length of top wins this ewe in fourth position here over the 5 ewe. Really like the quality, the stoutness of that female standing in fourth, and I think that's where she excels over the young ladies ewe that's standing in 5, maybe a notch taller at the shoulder, but again, one that we just maybe like to lengthen out from flank to flank, but really a nice quality females here in these top 5. Thank you.
Now ready for spring ewe lambs. Spring ewe lambs. Placing on the class of winter ewe lambs for the Romneys. First place goes to entry number 58, Little Hooves 447, Little Hooves Romneys, Moorestown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 55, LH 420, Austin Dean, Bridgeville, Delaware. Third to 56, Hillary Chapin, Milton, New Hampshire. 4 to 53, Austin Dean, Bridgeville, Delaware. 5 to 61, Emma Rogers, Newell, New Mexico. 6 to 60, Emma Rogers, Newell, New Mexico. 7 to 54, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 8 to 59, Shelton Romneys, Felden, Illinois. And 9 to 57, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio.
talk a little bit about the ewes in the second line over here. We've got an extreme ewe to start out that second line, really a good bodied ewe. The only thing is I'd like to see a little different fleece on that ewe. She's a little bit long in her pastern too, but she's still standing correct. If we could clean up that fleece just a tad, I'd move her on up into this fifth place lineup up here. The next ewe we have down there has a very acceptable fleece. I'd just like to see a little more extension, a little more length of body on that ewe. She's just not quite big enough for me today to go up into that top 5. As we go on down, we got another big ewe here in the next placing. She's a little bit off in her front legs, a little bit off in her back legs, but in terms of her body structure, in terms of the total body that she has some depth of side, she has some length of side. We have another ewe down here. We really appreciate the fleece on her. I'd like to see her walk out a little bit nicer on that big ewe that we have second to last. She's a tremendous sided ewe. She's got a lot of good pieces, but she is a little bit off, especially in that right hind leg when she walks, and they've done a real nice job of getting her trimmed up there. Then we have a big ewe, big rugged ewe down there to round out the class. That's a very acceptable ewe. I'd just like to see that fleece just managed just a little bit neater for us today. I'd like to see that ewe not quite as tucked up in the rear flank. If we could do that, we could move her on up. As we start down here in our top 5, we have a ewe that's very complete in her design, very long. I really like the breed character about her. She's really nice on all, very thick ewe. She's up fronted. She's got some neck to her. She's got some elegance to her, and I really like that in her. The most elegant ewe, though, you'd have to say, is the ewe in second spot, and I'll be the first to admit and agree about that. I like the length of body on this ewe. I'd just like to see a little more width through her chest floor. I'd like to see a little more dimension of meat and muscle all the way through her to stand up with this first place ewe. The third place ewe, she's going to be a workhorse, and there's no doubt about that. Look how deep she is in the side. She's really, really real deep, long ewe, a real good brood prospect, I think. I'd like to see a little more elegance up through the front end on her. I like this ewe that we have in fourth spot. She's a good rip from fore to rear. She's very long. She's very deep-sided. She's a little bit changes up on the fleece side. She, in terms of her pasterns, I'd like to shorten them up just a tad too. Get her to stand on that right front just a little bit nicer. We have a ewe down here, the colored ewe. She's been painted up, and that's fine. I'd like to see a little more length of body on her from fore to rear in that flank area, and if we could just stretch her out, just lengthen her out just a tad. In terms of overall meat and muscle and what she's got, yeah, she's going to be a good brood ewe. She's not going to be the longest ewe. In terms of her fleece, she's very acceptable for us today. Thank you. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Tough class to judge.
For the Columbia's now ready for March ewe lambs. March ewe lambs, please. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Columbia Show, first the entry 72, M. Williams, 1423, Mickey Williams, Freeport, Illinois. Second to 74, Bach, 4-43, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third place to 80, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to 79, Mallory Minor, Reelsville, Indiana. 5 to 73, Chloe Nelson, Canton, Illinois. 6th place to 71, Chloe Nelson. 7 to entry 76, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. 8 to 75, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 9 to 77, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry 78, Danielle Neese, Gosport, Indiana.
here on the Romney side. Really a classy, fancy female here leading off and does so quite easily for me. She came in, she doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her in terms of quality of fleece, her width and dimension, her style, her balance, and she still looks like a spring animal, and certainly one, again, that I think just wins his class pretty handily. I think second and third, the young man's ewe there in second just handles extremely well down that top, especially right behind that shoulder. Very short fleece over that top, very level and square, and certainly has that added length at top and certainly the stoutness in terms of bone, and I think that's where he gets around the young lady sheep that's standing in three. Really a stylish, well-balanced female there in three. You certainly like the extension, maybe extended notch more than the young man's ewe in second place. Don't just see her with quite as much width, quite as much dimension as the female there standing in second. So we move into 4 and 5, really well-balanced little ewe lambs, probably the younger ones in the class, but really have a lot of good quality in terms of fleece, straightness of lines. I think they've got better days ahead and certainly deserving of that 4th and 5th place honor. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Really a nice class of spring ewe lambs.
Placing on the Romney Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Natural Colored Division, first to entry 63, Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to 66, E.C. Plank 418, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Third place to 69, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 4 to 65, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 5 to 67, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 6th place to 64, Shelton Romneys, Felden, Illinois. 7th place to 62, Shelton Romneys. And 8th place to 68, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio. Romney exhibitors now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. We need the 1st and 2nd place animals from the yearling ewe class, that 1st place from the fall ewe lamb class, and 1st and 2nd from the winter and spring ewe lamb classes in the ring at this time. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, 1st place to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 2nd place goes to Austin Dean of Delaware. Third place to Emma Rogers of Newell, New Mexico. 4 to Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey. 5 to Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 6 to Alexandra Rogers of Lafayette, New Jersey. 7 to Shelton Romneys of Felden, Illinois. And 8th to Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio.
Really get a nice lineup here, and we had quite a few entries here on the female side, and certainly these 4 closest to me are the class winners and very deserving. So I think it's quite easy in my estimation. The ULAM on the far end for the young lady, it's going to be your champion ewe. She's really powerful in a lot of ways, certainly for the breed, and certainly one that's really designed nice and still has a beautiful fleece to her. She just wins this pretty handily. I think it gets in a little closer with a few more sheep in terms of the yearling ewe and the winter ewe lamb and the second place spring ewe lamb here. I think they're very close in my opinion, and certainly have a lot of good features to offer altogether. We're going to go with the young ladies winter ewe lamb for reserve there in the center. I think one that follows the pattern of the ewe that's winning quite closely. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Grand Champion ewe for the Natural Colored Romney Show goes to entry number 63, the first place spring ewe lamb. Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The reserve Grand Champion goes to entry number 58. 58 was first place winter ewe lamb, Little Hooves 447, Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey. Now ready to show Best Fleece. Best Fleece is the next class, and then we'll show the flock class.
The ewe we start out with in this Columbia ewe lamb class is a ewe I think is a combination ewe. In my way of thinking, in terms of depth of side, she has some length of body, but she has a tremendous amount of bone under her. She's got a big foot. I really like her points about her in terms of her breed character. I'm not real wild about all of it, but I think she's got enough of it to go up in the first place there. When you analyze her and you get in behind the twist here, drop your hand in there, put your hand on the hip. She's one of the deepest sheep in terms of the total meat and muscle back in through that hind saddle. The ewe in second place, I really like and appreciate the length of body of this ewe. She doesn't have quite the bone that we see in our first place ewe. She doesn't have the dimension of hind saddle that we see in our first place ewe today, but in terms of her fleece, she's very adequate, and she belongs there in second spot. And third spot, a lot of people would put this ewe up on the top, and I can understand why. If you're looking at the profile and the whole total package, pop the wool, she's got a very acceptable fleece from fore to rear, but she gives up a lot in through the center portion of this leg. And when I'm breeding these sheep, I'd like to see some meat and muscle out here on the outer and inner thigh on those on those legs. When you watch her track, she tracks up fairly narrow, telling me that she does not have the intramuscling that I would like to see, but she's still a good piece. The ewe in third spot, really a very nice fleece on this ewe, or fourth spot, very nice fleece on the ewe. The ewe will never be a very big ewe, but she's a very complete ewe. She's just not big enough for me today. I'd like to lengthen her out. If I could tear her apart and just lengthen her out from fore to rear, that's what I would do. But she's there because she is very complete for her size today. I like this ewe that we have down here in fifth spot. What I don't like is I'd like to see this fleece cleaned up on the side. She carry out a little bit difference on the corner of the shoulder there when we get down through there and back in through the breech. We'd like to see a little more uniformity, more of the same type of fleece all the way through. But in terms of her structure, she's very clean for me today. I like this ewe up here, or that we down in sixth spot here. We like the length of neck on this ewe. We like a lot of things we see about her. I'd like to shorten up her pasterns. I'd like to put a little more depth on her side, just a tad, put a little more meat into her. In terms of her fleece, she's very acceptable. We'll keep her in there. But just a few minor points. If we could bolt her up a little bit more in her bone, put her up there a little bit higher. Thank you.
Now ready to show on the Columbia ring for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion U. Placing on the March U Lamb class for the Columbia's first place to entry 85, Bach 4-52, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second for 83, Worm 454, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to entry number 81, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 4 to 84, KF Akers, Decatur, Illinois. 5 to entry number 82, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. And 6th place to entry 86, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Now ready for the flock class for the natural colored Romneys. Flock. For the natural colored Romney Show, our best fleeced animal was out of the yearling ram class. Entry number 38, Schweider 1321B, T.N. Rogers of Newell, South Dakota. In the flock class, first place goes to Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey, and they are also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Natural Colored Romneys. Second place goes to Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. That does conclude our Romney and Natural Colored Romney shows for today. Our judge has been John Merzinski. John is from Indiana.
I think we haven't had a lot of numbers, but we certainly had a lot of quality in our Columbia show this year. It's been a tough show for me to judge and analyze. There's been a lot of quality all the way through. I think the ewe that sets it good for me today for our champion junior is going to be right here. Pull her out. She's really a tremendous ewe from fore to rear. When you get through digging that fleece, there's just a lot of good things about her. Look at her points. I mean, she's right out there. She's not going to be the biggest ewe when it's all said and done, but she's going to be a very complete ewe. I think we'll go right here. Bring her on up as our reserve. There's some things that I'd like to change about her, but man, she's a tremendous deep-bodied ewe, a ewe that certainly has adequate amount of bone. A ewe that's certainly very broody for me today, and she sits in a reserve spot today for us. Thank you. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs. Our junior champion was entry number 59, the first place January ewe lamb Bach, 4-31, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion was second place in that January ewe lamb class, Worm 4-26, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Again, now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs. For the Columbias, now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U. So we need the Senior Champion in Reserve along with the Junior Champion in Reserve in the ring at this time. Following that, we'll do Best Fleeced Animal, and then the flock. Placing on the class of ewe lambs, first place goes to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second place to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third place to David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. Fourth place to Mickey Williams, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to Alec Balmer of Minduro, Wisconsin. Sixth place to Kalia Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 7 to Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 8 to Brian Hart, Great, Montana.
Hello. My champions are going to be on the yearlings today. They're there today. This is probably their last show, but they are extremely, extremely nice ewes. Champion here, reserve champion over here. Not taking anything away from those lambs because they're really good lambs, but I tell you what, these are good, good yearling ewes. Let's give them a round of applause.
Grand Champion U goes to entry number 28, the first place yearling U, Bach 2-67, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Reserve goes to our Reserve Senior Champion U, entry number 44, our second place yearling U, MM411, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready to show Best Fleeced Animal.
in our best fleece, we've got this buck lamb that we're going to use. When you pop this fleece open, it's just bright. When you touch that fleece, the crimp's very uniform, just very bold. A lot of density here all the way through, clear down into that breech, and that's what we like to see. I think our second place would be our yearling buck there. He's really a good fleece on that buck too, but we just have a little more uniformity right here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet.
Now ready for the flock class. Our best fleeced animal in the Columbia Show came out of Class 6, the late junior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 23, Highway C 206, shown by Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin.
I want to congratulate you folks for bringing the quality out that you did today, even though we didn't have a lot of numbers here. It was a very quality show, and I like the way you folks work together and out in the ring. It's very important that we all get along, and you certainly do that. So congratulations to all of you. I think you're all winners in my book, and I hope that your season goes well next year, and just keep on trucking down the road. Thank you for having me this year. Bye.
Winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award in first place in the flock class is Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Rest of the placing on the flock class, second place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 4 to Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. That does conclude our show for today. We will be back in here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Pat Aries of California has been our judge for the Columbia Show.